step on the holes in my shoes. I stick my tongue in the holes in my teeth. I stick expletives in the holes in my thought process when I speak. My friends stick to their guns, they got a bunch in the woods of Vermont till the end times come. But Saturn says he's gonna learn to live as if the world wasn't gonna end, and I admire his strength. So today I'm gonna do my best to drink coffee in the morning and live as if I didn't feel lonely and hopeless and helpless, to save myself for the war where I live. And tonight, when I dream, it will be that the junkies spent all the drug money on community gardens and collective housing, and the punk kids who moved in the ghetto have started meeting their neighbors beside the angry ones with the yards that their friends and their dogs have been puking and shitting on. And the anarchists have started filling potholes, collecting garbage to prove we don't need governance to do these things. And I'll wake up burning Times Square as we sing. Throw your hands in the air, 'cause property is robbery. I swear that someday
De Wolf's Den has decided to say since Scott has made American presidents emperor kings, Biden has 2 months to do the funniest things to prove
Not
it.
doing heroin will be easy as pissing on that day. I'll stop talking so much shit about the government, 'cause urine speaks louder than words on a politician or on a prison warden. Urine speaks louder than words. I swear that today I was born to be living, I was born to be singing, I was born to be fighting. But will somebody say, is this resistance or a costume party? Either way, I think black with bandanas is a boring theme. I don't gotta tell ya, crackers are great with amnesia when they wanna forget something like centuries of racism. Say, look at the man on center stage and pay no attention while millions get locked in a cage. Riots break out in Oakland, but urine speaks louder than words on a prison warden or on a BART policeman. Urine speaks louder than words.
I'm about to say some shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably about to say some shit. I did call it months ago. If the Democrats want to win, if the Democrats want to win, then they need to start running white males. There, I said it. I'm gonna be real. This is America. This is America. Trying to force the first female president. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. 100% hate it, but 100% right. The women of this country aren't even ready for it. The minorities aren't ready for it. The men aren't ready for it. If the Democrats want to win, they need to start running white males. I'll be real. That's cynical. It gives into racist and misogynistic blah blah blahs. But do you want to win or not? How much of the political bandwidth was spent on, is she black? Is she Indian? Is she whatever? She's a screeching woman. If the Democrats want to win, white, heterosexual, landowning male. That's it. That's it. That's your candidate. That's your candidate. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Where's my... there it is. America doesn't like women. America doesn't respect women. America doesn't trust minorities. And now that we've seen the some of the turnout, can we just accept that Kai has been right this entire time? Shout out Kat. That Gen Z is hugely regressive. That millennials are the most progressive generation that has ever existed. And you cannot metric young people on millennials. We are a different thing entirely. We are an anomaly on the face of the planet. We are different. Gen Z is hugely regressive, especially young men. Young men. Yeah. So non-binary. What of that did Trump offer? Seriously. What of that did Trump offer? What Trump offered was just Kamala. Like, the reality of it is that 25% of Americans are reactionary voters at all times. I would like to circle back to my discussion, my point. GW0, it doesn't matter if he did or didn't. That's really an aside at this point. Dearborn looks like it went for Trump. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. It looks like it's going to be that way in Arizona as well. Oh, no, Camille. They went for Trump. As somebody pointed out, Harris got third. Yeah. It looks like Arizona's, let's see, Muslim population also went that direction. So yeah, the reality on the ground is that if you want to appeal to a statistically normalized American voter, you need to run a white dude. That's the reality. That's the reality. Male is important to American voters. It is at the top leader level. Americans seem to be, in one degree or another, okay with women being in relatively powerful positions, but the most powerful position is something that most Americans, women included, are not at a point where they trust a woman in. We are a hugely misogynistic society. That is the reality of that. Hey, you can see Chat Plus over here. It's my custom integrated. That is an important thing for Americans, and the Democrats keep trying to force the first female president. Interesting. I'm guessing somebody just got a comment deleted. Yep. Somebody got a comment deleted. This is what happens if a comment gets deleted now. It cleans the slate. Yep. We are just wiping the slate if somebody has to be removed from the screen. It is the policy now of how this works. Yep. We have gone Posadist on message deletion. Give me a second. Need to. All right, there we go. All right. So, men, people of color, you young men, I'm going to break them into their own dynamic. These are the things that, in my opinion, were worth paying attention to in a way that a Democrat's not capable of paying attention to. I'll be real with you. Night, Jibby. Kamala should have just picked a fucking side when it comes to the Gaza thing. She tried to ride the fence and it cost her both sides. I watched it happen. The Zionist groups slammed her, saying that she's anti-Semitic. The Muslim groups slammed her for being a party to genocide. She should have just picked one. And if you want to know my answer, New York was a secure vote. She was never going to win Florida. The cynic in me says Arizona and Michigan are close runs, and you could use both of them, especially Michigan, and both of them have a swing Muslim vote. Just come out and say, APAC, wait till the very last, wait till like a critical area where APAC can't fucking spend against you on 2 weeks before, sort of thing. And just come out and say some shit. All they wanted was some lip service. All they wanted is a little airtime. Give it to them. You don't have to follow through. Like, let's be real. Since when has an American president ever followed through on their campaign promises? All she had to do was be like, okay, let's see. New York is safe. Florida's a lost cause. Let's be cynically utilitarian and do some political calculus. Okay. Arizona and Michigan, I can shore those up by just coming out and saying it. Have the come to Jesus moment, come to Muhammad moment, right? Get some Muslim leaders out there, shore that up, no problem. I don't think the male vote could have ever been shored up. There's nothing she can do about that. That was a lost cause if there ever was. Like I said, Democrats need to stop running women. Look, if anybody has the, if anybody has the credentials of somebody who like loves and worships at the altar of strong women, right? It's me. Like, listen to me, right? Like, I am a person who adores a strong woman whose mother is one of the most baller people on the face of the planet, right? I would 100%. I'd put women in charge of all sorts of positions. I don't have any biases there. I don't give a fuck. But we're talking political calculus. We're talking Machiavellian political calculus. Democrats need to stop running women. At least for president. And some very high level positions. Yeah. This country is hugely misogynistic. And the young male Gen Z voter, how long have we been talking about these fucking incels? How long have we been talking about these incels? Steve Bannon, Gamergate, Trump, Rogan, the whole fucking shebang. Right? Played right into it. They just scooped him up. So, the Democrats, in their infinite wisdom, run an old dude who can't put fucking 3 words together and struggles to know where he is at any given time. And then when the writing is on the wall that this is just not going to play out, they go with the mixed race woman. Again, do you want the win or not? That's it. You're dealing with America. I spent a lifetime in this country at this point, right? Been around for a few decades at this point. I know what I'm dealing with when it comes to this place. This country is racist as fuck. This country is misogynistic as fuck. This country is dumb as fuck. Right? That's America. That's the reality of America. We are a bunch of racist, woman-hating, dumb fucks. What you using all fancy words for and stuff? You got a biracial woman out there using fancy words? Like the stream title is, an unsurprised anarchist. I was non-binary, pointed out immediately. I called this ages ago. It wasn't difficult to see. Would I prefer the open fascist not get elected? Yeah, that'd be great. If we could get some fourth quarter fucking Hail Mary, that'd be awesome. But, like, I tried preparing you guys ages ago for this outcome. Because I'm pretty decent at what I do. I am. Like, I got a pretty decent sense about these things. I do. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm trying not to, like, sound too egotistical here, but I know my country. I know my country. We are at the core we have always wanted to be a fascist nation. Always. We've aspired to it. This is the deepest desire of the American subconscious. They want it. They want it. Source? We've always been a right-leaning, ultra-nationalist, militaristic nation. That's the source. The source is the actual history of the United States. We've never not had those tendencies. And it's only because of the better nature of a few confluences that have occurred that we haven't ended up full Hitler. Oh, inspired the Nazis? Dude, Hitler himself fucking sent a thank you letter. Like, that's historical record territory. Yeah. The exclusion laws in Germany were inspired directly by Jim Crow. Yeah, this is just a matter of historical record. You can fucking Wikipedia that shit. You can history.com that shit. Yeah. Like, that's quite literally historical common knowledge. Well, it wasn't difficult to see. Oh, we've watched it so many times. Night at the Garden. Yeah, we've watched it so many times. This country has always wanted to be. Camille, stop riding the roller coaster. Camille, stop riding the roller coaster. Just trust me on this. Be with me. Be with me, Camille. Don't. Just whatever will be, will be. The outcome, that's for future Camille to deal with. I don't, because it's shitty. Bebo, nobody knows yet. Nobody knows. Look, I would never encourage you to misuse nitrous oxide. That is a wrong thing. You should never do that. Never, ever do that. But also, you should know that the company called Creamright, CREAM, RIWHT, imports Austrian medical grade nitrous oxide for use in culinary applications. And you should never, ever, ever use it for anything else. Also, they sell it by the pallet. They sell boxes, but you can buy literally a pallet of it. So, again, you should never inhale nitrous oxide. What? You know, some TikTok meme supplier. You can do better than that. Your whipped cream deserves better than that. All right. Also, they run sales all the time. Halloween sales, autumn sales. They run sales all the time. I'm still on their mailing list. Because I made a lot of whipped cream at one point in my life. So anyway. Undead. In case you need any of the gear as well. In case you need to make a lot of whipped cream. So, I think Viscous, I unironically still annoyed with that one. Yeah. Decided by the fucking Supreme Court, which isn't yeah, that one still annoys me. Legitimately. So, here's the deal. Here's the deal. No matter who wins, right? Even if Kamala pulls this out with a last minute Hail Mary, don't know, man. Even if Kamala pulls this out with a last minute Hail Mary, right? Counts come in, numbers start shifting, Kamala wins, right? Even if that happens, don't count on it. But even if that happens, what I need you guys to start coming to terms with is the reality of your fellow Americans. Like, I need people to start approaching life with a realistic and pragmatic approach. Of course he is correct. The reality of the voting public in America, the reality of the public in America, the reality of America is one of deep, deep, racist, misogynistic ignorance. Okay? Hey, Alexander. Yeah, drop your Imager link. Like, that is, yes, that is a significant portion of America. Okay, we got a Will Alexander fucking image. Man, that's wild, man. Usually you drop a paragraph. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I see you, Will Alexander. Mark Sisson on why he expects to win the U.S. presidential election despite not running. I will help the American population become more old and jacked, especially old. Even the young people. I will make them old and jacked, especially old. Vote green or gray or don't vote. I'm still old. I mean, still winning. Or anyway, look at the map below. Look at all that Eric Clapton votes. We got some Brazilian Datura Party votes. Hell yeah. Hey, Echoplex. How you guys doing? We were just discussing same old. We were just discussing some, I mean, I would have gone for the Brazilian Datura Party. You kidding me, Will Alexander? Sponsored by Palantir. Fuck me, that's a username. We were discussing some of the overarching failings. Dude, I'd fucking put scopolamine in the Lunchables. Are you kidding me? We were discussing some of the overarching failures of analysis contained within the common democratic model. And how it seems that the Democrats do not yet seem to understand that Americans don't want a female president. They really don't. 3/4 of them don't. I'll be real. 3/4 of them don't want it. And this insistence on artificially attempting to make the first woman president a thing without the sort of consent of the governed keeps kicking them in the nuts. When you add into the mix biracial, shit's immediately fucked. Throw in the fact that how smart do I think I am, Mr. Worley? Throw in the fact that we are a very, very poorly educated country. The fact that we are still having to discuss who pays tariffs should be an indicator of how it works in this country. Oh, Alexander, that can't happen soon enough. I'm dead. I'm there for it whenever it happens. Every newspaper of record in this country writes at a sixth grade level, because 24%, functionally 25% of the country is functionally illiterate. About a quarter of our country is functionally illiterate. These are real fucking numbers, by the way. Half of our country reads at a sixth grade level or below. Only half of our country reads at a seventh grade or above level. And that's just our reading literacy. You start talking about math, science, just technological literacy, and now you have an inability to come to terms with modernity, and you can be taken advantage of pretty easily. See all of the Trump supporters getting grifted constantly, right? If you want, to play ball, if you really want to play ball, right? If you're a Democrat mover and shaker, which, by the way, can we as like anarchists, look, I can't speak for the rest of you, right? But I know a bunch of you in here are anarchists. As we as anarchists, right, take a step back for a second and just come to terms with, because I know a lot of you are, can't all be perfect. I know a lot of you were in damage control mode. Right? Admittedly, I was too, right? We were in damage mitigation mode. It's like, okay, just anything but Trump. Anything but Trump. But let's take the damage control hat off, put our fucking anarchist balaclavas back on. Take a step back and remember, the Democrats are willing participants in this as well, right? They're a part of the formula. Welcome to the outcome of that equation. This is what it looks like. It's actually arguable that the Democrats are controlled opposition. So, again, see the Twitch stream title. YouTube people, I don't know if I can't help them. But the Twitch stream title is An Unsurprised Anarchist. I've spent over 4 decades now in this country. I've basically got 3 decades now of like knowledge and experience. And in that 3 decades, I have come to some uncomfortable truths about my fellow country people. And red. These are some of them. The Democrats handicapped themselves by choosing a woman of color. You have an amount of political capital and an amount of political bandwidth to work with. A chunk of that bandwidth, half of it, was spent dealing with woman of color. The Democrats were always having to like have a back foot planted and work off of that. And Miskatonic, that's why we talk like at the very top when I started streaming a fucking hour ago at this point. That's why I started with like, let's be real. The Democrats are incapable of doing this level of political calculus, it seems like. And if they're not incapable, then they're unwilling. They think that they can somehow magic this up. It's as if they weren't around for the Obama administration. Dude, America was all hope and change, right? About Obama, first black president. The hope lasted for less than 24 hours before the racist white undercurrent became a current. Straight up. What used to be just a sort of quiet, off in the corner, became, what was the euphemism they used? Like I said, I did not come to stream sober. Economic whatever. They always build it as economic something or something economic. Fucking, it was economic anxiety. Yes, that's it. Economic anxiety. Thank you, Che. The economic anxiety of the white voter. Come on, y'all. We watched that shit happen. We watched it like just rise up. There is a chunk of America that are misogynistic, racist, ignorant fuckwits. That's your common man. And like I said before, I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 times more. For the love of fucking everything, stop counting on Gen Z to be progressive. Stop. Okay, one. Never, ever, 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 ever count on anybody ever, ever being as progressive as millennials. We are a statistical outlier. On the historical record of the planet, American millennials are a statistical outlier. For the love of fucking Christ, stop counting on us being the norm. All right? We are the most progressive generation that's ever existed across the board. You cannot count on us to be the statistical norm for shit. Gen Z is regressive as fuck. That's the reality of that. Like, Gen Z is regressive as fuck. So, and that goes across the pond, man. Millennials are the best generation. That goes across the pond as well. Like, those polling numbers hold in the UK. Gen Z in the UK, 28% of young women polled said something along the lines of feminism was a net negative for society. Like, this is something that we as activists, organizers, just people of the world, people who have to continue to exist in it, third time, that was women, right? The males that were polled on that, overwhelming numbers. The amount of young men that came out to vote for Trump is going to be depressing for some people. Why did you vote for Trump? No, nobody jump him. And it's guaranteed to be I him. Why? Oh, Gemma, it's a 2-floor poll. Night. DOS. There's most assuredly a gun control. Okay. Hi, PP Jackson. My name's Kai. One, I'm an anarchist. I don't approve of your fascist president. But two, my family owned multiple firearms training facilities. I have trained with and been a firearms trainer. Starting at the age of 14, I was doing safety training for grown-ass adult professionals, right? I was there for the founding of Front Sight. I've known Ignatius Piazza. My firearm credentials are insane. My mother was tapped at one point for Olympic shooting. My stepfather grew up with what would become the bureau chief for the ATF. I've had literally at age 12, I was having tours of ATF confiscation lockup facilities. I've seen literal cannons that were confiscated from drug dealers and raids and stuff. With all of that said, all right, I'm a firearms guy. I'm a firearms guy. Trump banned more stuff than Obama did. Obama actually loosened regulations around firearms control, ownership, and usage therein. The national parks, that's Obama. Trump is take the guns first, we'll decide it in the courts later. Direct quote, right? Trump is decidedly more anti-gun than any of the Democrats have actually been. He's a New York guy. He's comfortable with the public not having guns. Obama loosened regulations more than Trump. Trump clamped down. Trump removed things. He removed bump stocks. Fucking Obama was the only thing. Viscous. He only banned fucking, one type of ammo, and he had nothing to do with it. It was literally forced his hand. So I say all of this to why? Why is that your single issue vote? Because if it's that important to you, why are you so misinformed on it? I'm not a single issue voter. But if I were going to be a single issue voter, I would know every single in and out, every single detail, every single eventuality surrounding that topic. And the gun guys who vote for Trump shock me. Because his record on firearms ownership is decidedly, he says some shit. He'll go to an NRA convention. He'll go to that sort of shit. But he's never shot them. He's never fucking hung out at a firearms range. He has no credentials around firearms. This is a guy who's never hunted. He's never even target shot. He's incapable of firing. He's never done anything interesting with firearms. And his administrative record on it is decidedly negative. And so it weirds me out when the gun guys, who are single issue voters usually, they're the Second Amendment crowd, they're like, Trump is my guy. It's like, why? It confuses me. It legitimately confuses me because I grew up around firearms, in the firearms industry. Like I said, I was I was age 14 doing training classes. I was teaching them. All right, this is something that I'm steeped in. The only thing I have more experience in is IT, because my mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal at age 4. Right? Like it's strange to me that a single issue voter who dedicates their entire raison d'etre to this thing so grossly misunderstands it. All right, Wordy, sleep well. It's like the single issue Gaza people voting for Trump. I called that a couple of weeks ago. And it proved out. It looks like Dearborn went for Trump. Harris was number 3 in Dearborn. I'm not saying that I'm going to say some fucked up shit. Yeah. I mean, you're on the screen. I'm not saying I'm going to say some fucked up shit when some fucked up stuff happens inevitably, but I'm not saying I'm not going to say some fucked up shit when some fucked up stuff happens inevitably. Right? Like, we have to punish the Democrats. That's the thing that I saw. I saw two I'm going to use this word very loosely, trains of logic, right? I saw the Democrats have to be punished for not taking us seriously. And then I saw I refuse to vote for anybody who supports a genocide, Trump or Harris. Trump told Netanyahu, finish the job. So when the Trump administration provides infinite cover for the next just full-on Holocaust, right? Just, yeah, it's been happening since the original Nakba, right? Like, sure. Yeah, no denying that. Man, I'm a fucking anarchist. Like, are you kidding me? Go watch last night's shit. Like, I've got plenty of criticism. But when Trump says, take it up to 11, I'm sitting there going, yeah, it's a damn shame. If only he told you that he was going to do that. If only he came out and straight did things like, I don't know, a ban on Muslims entering the country. If only he had expressed blatant Islamophobia repeatedly throughout his original candidacy, presidency, second candidacy. If only he could have telegraphed this more. I'm sure I will have some comments about how American Muslims wanted fellow Muslims dead or something like that. I'm holding on to whatever will be said in the future. It's like, yeah, Trump's going to do some fucked up shit, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Maya Angelou rule. It is shocking to me how often the Maya Angelou rule has come into play in my life. 3P Jackson. I won't be. There's no there's no ego or narcissism attached to this. Israel has chosen their path. They chose their path fucking before I was even born. It's a colonial settler project. It's got an inevitable outcome. There's a predictable outcome for that. When October 7th happened, I was on the air and I said, there's really only two outcomes for this. And so if that occurs, I'm not going to be surprised. I told you noobs my dog Trump was going to win. I literally was preparing people for a Trump win ages ago. Like, man, I got multiple decades as an organizer and activist within anarchist spaces in the United States. I got people in here right now, but I called that ages ago. It's easy. All I needed to know was, is America racist, misogynistic, and dumb as fuck? Yes. Yeah, they are. Easy win. Good game. Easy dub. How do you know I didn't bet on it? I'm a Vegas resident. I live in Vegas. Hassan can disagree all he wants. Feel free to listen to the Champagne Socialist. But living in Vegas taught me a couple of things. One, you don't gamble. How says the Edge? That's a sucker's game. Two, anybody who walks into a gambling arena, puts money down and expects to win because they have a system or they know how to game it, is a sucker. That's it, man. You don't gamble. I live in a city that's built by people who gamble. Seems like you have a misanthropic view on American people. Humans in general. But as a student of history, as somebody who's written relatively extensively on these topics, as somebody who's, like I said, I was an Occupy organizer, man. I've been in this game for a long time. I grew up in Vermont. My anarchist credentials run deep. They start very young. Arguably around the age of 4, with some fucking Guthrie. Either way. Having written about the police system, having studied the police system extensively, having had a stepfather who's a judge, and having seen it up close and personal, having interacted with political organizing within properly leftist spaces post 9/11, actually pre 9/11, and then post 9/11, having seen the global war on terror up close, having seen the historical record as far as America goes, both voting and activism, in totality. Things like the Night at the Garden, right? Like there was just 25,000 Nazis gathered in in Madison Square Garden. I'm not talking about Trump's rally. I'm talking about like this actually occurred. Like America inspired Nazi Germany. The Jim Crow laws inspired their laws. Like we had active Nazi party here in this country. They were gathering at Madison Square Garden. They had a giant rally there. Like that is the rhetoric. Make America great again. That's Klan. That's the Klan rhetoric. That's the Klan rhetoric. Having studied the formation of metropolitan policing in the North and the descendant of Southern policing, the ancestor of Southern policing being literal slave patrols, and an unbroken thread between all of this into the modern system, right? A willingness to profit from and participate in the worst of war crimes and crimes against humanity and fascism and toppling democracies and propping up dictators for the purposes of profit. Americans happily and readily going along with this. Generations and generations of Americans, just legions and legions of Americans fucking proud to be an American as we ship our kids off to die in some war profiteers war, right? Like there's a certain point where it reaches sort of a critical mass within your psyche and you go, okay, so realistically, what can I start to expect from this collective, right? Eventually, your model of the world gathers enough empirical evidence that you start to be able to look at it with some degree of accuracy. What is the nature of the American model? Well, it is decidedly racist. It is decidedly misogynistic. It is decidedly fanboy. They very much Americans stan the oligarch. They love a rich guy. So at the end of the day, this is the reality of the country I find myself in. You may find yourself in a bastion of progressive ideals like my home state of Vermont, but ultimately, the vast, overwhelming sort of collective of Americans are at best stuck on the financial hamster wheel in dealing with the poverty of philosophy that was dealt to them both intentionally and unintentionally by the system that they find themselves in. So they don't have the tools at their disposal and they can't garner those tools because it would take a long time to actually learn the theory and learn the practice and engage in it. And our capitalistic, end-stage capitalistic, neo-feudalistic model of finance has them constantly on a hamster wheel, so they cannot catch up. They cannot get their head above the water to take a breath. And so you just see this sort of predictable outcome. One of my favorite examples of this was an interview that was done. God, this is Obamacare era. It was an NPR reporter interviewing a gentleman in Tennessee, I believe, at the time. It could have been Arkansas, but I believe it was Tennessee. I remember the sort of like, the one tooth sort of situation going on. And he started talking about how he doesn't want Obamacare because that's goddamn socialism. I don't want no socialism. The government needs to keep its goddamn hands off of my Medicare. He was under the impression that his socialized medicine was, his socialized medical care was somehow separate from the government. and that government interference would, in the form of socialism, which is what he characterized Obamacare as, is socialism, would undermine his Medicare, which he didn't want the government involved with. Like, it's a fairly famous interview, Camille. I'm not surprised that you remember this guy. Like, anybody over a certain age remembers this guy. It's a famous interview. And it's very much par for the course for Americans. Anybody over a certain age, just, it's like, you're like, yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you. We had to continue to have a conversation. We're still at that point. Trump doesn't understand it, and Trump voters don't understand it. They think putting tariffs on Chinese products get paid by Chinese companies. Like, that's where we are in this discourse still. 14 Nobel laureate economists come out and say, you know, that doesn't work that way, right? His plan will fuck stuff up. And we're still having to have a conversation about who pays tariffs, because they don't understand still, somehow, that the tariff is not paid by the Chinese company, nor is it paid by the Chinese government. We can't even cross these thresholds of basic concepts with a multitude of Americans. So do I expect very little from my fellow Americans? Yeah, because I've been around. I've been alive for entirely too many decades at this point. Like, it's fairly predictable. Like, it's not complicated to understand how dumb Americans actually are. We fall for the same shit over and over and over and over and over. And that goes for both sides. Like, Democratic voters and Republican voters are subject to many of the same tactics, shall we say. No one is immune from propaganda. It works. It works really, really, really well. Garfield is immune, yes. True facts. But Garfield is an Eldritch horror, so, you know, things like words and time and space, those don't affect Garfield. So, yeah. It's not incredibly complicated. It's not landing a fucking probe on Mars complicated. Yeah, get what I mean. It is, you know, I've talked about it recently, and I've talked about it before. No one's immune. When I talked to that professor of journalism who is doing the interviews with political streamers and activists, he dispelled propaganda for me. I had been propagandized into a incorrect definitional set for what it means to be a journalist. I didn't classify myself as a journalist because, like, classify myself as an activist, an organizer, a propagandist to a certain degree, an educator. And even he said, like, he's like, no, you're a journalist. I'm like, but I have like a bias. I have an end goal. I'm trying to attempt to do something. And he's like, yeah, that doesn't mean you're not a journalist. He's like, and he explained like the corporatization of journalism with regard to rule sets adopted by major corporations in lieu of governmental oversight during the Cold War and the McCarthy era, and how this leads to inform this common misconception amongst the populace of an even-handed, fair, balanced, fucking unbiased reporting source. And he's like, yeah, that's just not a thing. Like, that's not historically what journalism is. It's not what it needs to be necessarily. And he's like, so I'm like, would you qualify me as a journalist? He's like, yeah, absolutely. So like we're all susceptible to propaganda, man. Like it's a thing that you need to be aware of, and just be ready to, like, when you encounter like information that runs contrary to whatever the positionality may be, that you're ready to evaluate, reevaluate, and deal with that therein. No, Mercury, that is a private conversation between he and I. That is not on air, because it's a part of his most recent research study. So yeah, that is that. Yeah, that was a very private conversation. Because it's literally a part of his data set. Hey, Amherst. Your reader. I would point to the George Carlin rule. He used it for the Deep South. Taken individually, there's some perfectly lovely people running around. Taken as a group, there's some seriously dangerous genetics. He was talking about the Deep South, but I think if we discussed humanity as a whole, but specifically, America matters more for a couple of reasons, and this is not a good thing. This is a flaw in the system. We're the imperial core right now. Now, is that in shift? Is the empire crumbling? All empires fall, all empires crumble. Is it end stage, late stage capitalism? We can talk about this, that, and the other facet of that. But for the moment in time, America still matters the most. It shouldn't. But again, it's a flaw in the system. And so we need to, like, categorize it. As such, what happens here matters most. And unfortunately, the dumb, panicky animal that is the American voter is more than happy to look the other way while genocide happens, while fascism gets ushered in, while a significant portion of the population gets rounded up and put in camps, while a double-digit percentage of the population is exploited, is put into containment centers. This is just the pattern of America, right? Like, look at the fact that our jails are still very racist. Yeah, I said round it up and put it into camps. We did it multiple times. Are you unfamiliar with American history? We've done that several times. Like, any student of history, let alone American history, would be like, yeah. Miskatonic. Walk with me on a thought experiment. Just deal with. If we deport 2 to 21 million, his numbers vary, right? But if we're going to do mass deportations, right? Trail of Tears. We literally rounded up the indigenous population, put them into camps, marched them, kept them in concentration centers. Either way, we're already on the thing. So if we're going to do a mass deportation program, all right, one that requires like straight up, like German papers, please territory, right? Okay, so let's ignore that, right? But if you want to successfully do a mass deportation program, did you know that getting a country of origin to take them back, to take people, requires some form of bureaucratic process? Even if you just even if you start just dropping them on countries, you're going to have to set up some sort of logistics system, right? Even Amazon or UPS have centers of concentration at which things get funneled through, and they have to spend an amount of time processing and going through there. Now, a package with a barcode is a lot easier to process. I'll tell you that right now. So, yeah. Did you? I don't see. Yeah. So, if you're doing this process, if you're doing this mass deportation, right, you're eventually going to have points of processing and concentration that you engage with. What are you trying to do? Yeah, the dude got timed out, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He's already timed out. I think he got timed out twice. You're going to have to inevitably process these people. Now, bear with me again. What is the Trump administration's previous track record on large-scale bureaucratic endeavors? Logistics. Getting a rollout done, right? You're going to have to set up camps. You're going to have to build detention centers. Big ones. Big ones. Now, they are innocent. And it should be a loaded term. I am an anarchist. I don't believe in illegals. And we already deport American citizens wrongfully. We've already shown we can't do this correctly. On a itty-bitty scale. You want to ramp that up to millions? Oh, I assure you, minimum hundreds of Americans are going to get accidentally deported. Minimum. Yeah, we're already bad at this. Yeah. We're going to have to set up camps. And motherfuckers are going to die in those camps. Straight up. You think ICE is going to properly look after people? They've already got a track record. They've already proven that they don't give a shit about this. They have no humanity about this process. All right? We're going to have to set up concentration camps, and motherfuckers are going to die in them. And let's be real, Americans are lazy. Americans are lazy. Eventually, that process is going to get complicated. It's going to start having bureaucratic delays, and you're going to start to hear the rhetoric. You're going to hear it kick off. Why do we have to hang on to them? Why do we have to feed them? We need to get rid of them already. Well, we're having trouble. Well, who gives a shit? Do something. Sorry, man. This is just a logistics issue. Keeper. Exactly. Relocating several million to 20 million people, who, by the way, make up a significant portion of our workforce. Yeah. Ion, she wouldn't have been a great president. She would have been an acceptable president who, even then, like, I can't, like, come on, man. Like, oh no, I'm borders are a stupid idea. And there's multiple economists who will back that idea up. Yeah, there's entire fucking studies and textual academic texts on this matter. Later, Aka. Sleep well. Yeah, it's a goofy idea that humans made up, and because we're too primitive, we're still hanging on to them. Yeah, human beings are just incapable yet. It's literally a form of apartheid. Just on a global scale. Hey, Biscuitonic, are you religious in any manner? Just out of curiosity. curator. YouTube's chat modding is special, to say the very least. If you come over to the Twitch side, we at least have control over it. We have some degree. If we have the lowest setting of auto mod possible, and we also have it on review, so we can let you through if you, feel free to continue watching YouTube. I get it. Like, I get it. But, yeah. I would not be surprised in the least if any comment gets auto modded over on YouTube. Oh my God, this is amazing. This is a sect or a schism within Sanatana Dharma, Dharmism or Hinduism that I was unaware of. And this is hilarious. I always find it really interesting when the people who advocate for, like, it's bad enough when the Jesus freaks start talking about like closed borders and nationalism and that sort of thing, but it's really wild when the ones who are like, you have to come to terms with the illusory nature of the world and how none of this is real, and you have to free yourself from these chains of these perceptions that you have forced upon yourself, and that you can become one with infinity, sort of thing. And then they're like, yeah, but if you cross the imaginary border, I'm gonna have to throw you in a camp and kick you out. Namaste. Which I literally use namaste for a very specific reason. If anybody knows what namaste means, like in practice, what namaste means, right? It's like, dude, the light in me recognizes the light in you. We are all one. The universe is a whole. We are all experiencing the universe. We are the experience. The universe itself experiencing itself subjectively. Also, get over on the other, get across the line, because you don't belong here. Okay, cool. Like, that's wild. Like, oh, that's weird. Everything is one except you. Get on the other line. And the problem is, the people who need to see things and learn things will never watch things and learn things. Over my life, Mercury, go talk to them. Go talk to them. Find your local Food Not Bombs and go talk to them. That's how you support them, because they're going to have individual needs. They're an anarchistic organization. Maybe they're freegans. Maybe they do dumpster diving. Maybe they take donations. Maybe they're one of the Food Not Bombs that has no problem with meat products. Maybe they just have all of the food they need and they need extra hands in the kitchen. Right? Maybe they need a lookout to worry about the cops. Maybe somebody like, did you happen to have a friend on the city council and you could clear the way for it? Go talk to them. Their needs are going to be unique to their organization. And so go meet them, talk to them, find out what they need, what they can use, what would be useful to them, and see if you can provide it. That's how you help an organization like Food Not Bombs. Go talk to them. Yeah. Viscous. Oh, viscous. People on the other side of the line are NPC barbarians. Curator, that's why everybody should at least learn or read some Stirner. It's a necessity to understand that organizationally, that is how nation states and any large organization of humans work. It is. That's the reality of it. Like when it comes down to the fucked up, realistic, real world interactions, the reason that you get to keep your car is because I don't steal your car. Simple as that. Like, that's how that works. It's fucked up, huh? It's fucked up. It's all monkey brain and then social contract. Monkey brain and then social contract. It shouldn't be that way. Again, I'm pointing out flaws in the system, man. There is hope, though. Overwhelming force, undead. If you have a gun and I have a gun, am I willing to use overwhelming force to take it? The state is absolutely willing to use overwhelming force to take it. You owe your taxes, the state will take that shit by force. They will use a preponderance of violence against you. So, yeah. That's how it works. That's the reality of our world. Whether you like it or not. Should it be that way? Somebody else's philosophical debate. But that is how that works. Okay. Wobbles. Democrats don't have the balls to do it. They don't have the balls to do it. To just run the grift. Huh. They don't have the balls. So. Ego in its own, maybe. First half is just old man shaking his fist at the church. Second half is him talking about fucked up shit. Might makes right and that sort of thing. I already, yeah. Yeah. Oh, viscous. Huh. Literally every poll that's ever polled Gen Z, literally every election that they've participated in thus far, all of their social media and all of the analysis of their social media content, like Gen Z is ridiculously regressive, especially if you compare them to millennials. It is it is staggering that people supposedly on the left still do not understand that just because you are young or you are a person of color does not make you progressive. There are other factors. There are other variables at work than just your youth. Just like when the boomers told millennials, you'll get more conservative as you get older, and millennials have reliably gotten more progressive, more leftist, more radicalized, right? There is more to this than just an age. And all analysis of Gen Z has been fairly consistent in this, in multiple Western nations. They are very regressive, especially when compared to millennials. It's always, where does the collective end and the individual begin, Rainey? Where does collective responsibility end and individual responsibility begin? Like, I'm legitimately asking. I understand, like, we're all products of our environment, but also we're all responsible for our individual choices. Like, oh yeah, Gen X are fucking worthless. Like, I don't know, Caleb. I still, I don't even know what the outcome is. This entire time I've been talking, like, I don't, no one's gonna know. I don't, like, again, the best thing I mean, Rainey, Gen Z, dude, top end of Gen Z is coming up on fucking 30 now almost. You know? Dude, boomers not dying is... Jess. Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a real argument to be made one way and the other way. I don't know. I think we were probably fucked from the word go, though. The way the American system was set up was rigged, right? I think we can recognize that. Like, between... Okay, I started the stream literally by saying if Democrats want to win, they should have put up a white male. Let's be real. America is too racist and misogynistic and dumb for this like biracial woman, first female president shit. Like there's no, like Democrats are trying to make something happen artificially that needs to happen organically. Anyway. Curator. Drugs. Also, life experience helps. Life experience helps. Having low expectations helps. Like, legitimately, having low expectations helps. Oh wow, you threw me a follow. What Lingrish? Terrible name. You get some great names. That's a terrible name. Lingrish. What would that look like for you? What would rebuilding America look like for you? What are the prescriptive expectations that you can put into place? And would you realistically actually have an opinion if he didn't meet those? If he doesn't cross those bare minimum lines for you, what would that look like? Would you actually hold him to criticism? Would you say he failed? He was a failure? What are the bare minimum expectations that you have for rebuilding America? What does that look like in your mind? Anyway, like I said, it was rigged from the word go. The way the Senate works, the way the Electoral College works, the first past the post voting, all of this just doesn't, like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It was set up to maintain control as from an elite group over what they saw as less informed populace, in order to manage and manipulate outcomes. So, it was never an ideal situation. It was never an actual, I mean, let's be real, right? Like, why isn't there just a popular vote? Why is that? How is that not the default de facto? Why is that, right? Like, why isn't just the word of the people just the de facto way it goes? Why is our system so complicated? If you go looking into the answer to that question, you might find some other answers as to why things are the way they are. Yeah. Realistically, the Senate as a whole needs to be dissolved. there shouldn't be a Senate. Realistically, did you literally just have no capability of interaction? That's a shame. Well, maybe one day you'll grow up and, I don't know, learn to interact with human beings on some basic level. I asked you for your actual viewpoint. You've yet to put it up. You just yell Trump, and that's it, man. Like you. I'll tell you, man. I tried interacting and respecting and tolerating a differing viewpoint, but you had nothing to say. So, seems like Caleb has dealt with that. Rainey, the Senate is literally the house of the landed gentry. It's like the House of Lords in the UK. It's the house of landed gentry, of the educated elders that own land, that was intended to keep a check on the on the lower house, the Commons. Yeah. Second. Quick actions. Oh. There we go. Curator. Doesn't make you better. Just makes you more adaptable, usually. Makes you more ready to deal with data that you were that you come across. It is mildly depressing, though. Like, I don't understand sometimes why a lot of these concepts are as difficult it seems for Americans. The tariff thing really fucks with my head. The tariff thing really fucks with my head. I'll be real with you. The fact that Trump supporters, it's just like there's millions of Americans that don't understand the basic concept of tariffs, and that really fucks with my head. Like I'll be real. Like, yeah, that's really indicative of some sort of greater problem, lack of education, basic math, basic econ. It's really weird. It's really weird. Like, I'm not even talking like the protectionist in aspects of a tariff, right? Like, even if we set aside this sort of like under certain conditions, monetary systems, you could utilize a tariff as a protectionist modality, which is originally used to. But if you don't have the inbuilt economic factors, the manufacturing, the external resources, secondary providers, ultimately a tariff just drives up the cost of an item and or a good or whatever, a commodity. And the fact that it is so difficult for people to wrap their head around that it's not China paying the tariff. It's American companies. It's the importer that pays the tariff to the United States government, by the way. It is quite literally a tax by the United States government on American companies. The fact that we already enacted tariffs on certain Chinese imports and exports, and it had a net negative outcome for like multiple aspects, multiple consumer groups, multiple producers, farmers especially, right? Like the fact that we've done this, we have demonstration, like we have demonstrable outcomes of this within the last fucking like 6 years is really fucking, that fucks with my head. That legitimately fucks with my head. Honestly. I'm still, that one, it's like, okay, like, how is that not a fucking thing? Like, how are we, what, that is the demonstration of how ignorant Americans are and how effective propaganda is. Yeah, fish, exactly. Like it's that one. Like I said, that one still fucks with my head. Really, like it's staggering to me that people how this is. It's not even Econ 101 territory. That one fucks with me. Yeah. Like that's the kind of thing that if only our country had a little slightly better educational process, if only our country wasn't quite as dumb as it is collectively, maybe like I wouldn't struggle with that one as much. Yeah, that one weirds me out. That's bad faith if there ever was. Yeah. I mean, curator, don't you ever see any, like, you know, within the Vesica Pisces of the overlap? Don't you, like, what, how many people do you tutor, curator, and how often do you see like an effective overlap between those? Because it's not going to be just, I mean, I suppose some people are going to be siloed, right? Some people are going to be siloed, but ultimately there's going to be some sort of like, you know, like I said, some overlap in that Vesica Pisces of the Venn diagram. Caleb, I would count that as probably a bad faith actor if there ever was. Let's see. But you, I mean, you do you. I don't think I can air my opinion on that, Zelda. Like, I would, at this point, I just can't listen to him anymore. Like that, I honestly, I would, like, Vance would be way worse. Like, he'd be way more destructive. But, like, to just not have to hear Donald Trump anymore, that would, yeah, I'd probably take that. Just like, dude, just shut the fuck up. I feel the same way about Biden every time he talks. I'm tired of living in a gerontocracy. I'm tired of living in a gerontocracy. I'm tired of fucking old people running everything. I'll be real with you. Yeah, that one would, I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with that. Like, the average age of Congress is ridiculously high. The fucking president's going to be 1 billion years old. Like, I'm sorry. I legitimately, like, I've said this for fucking ages now. I think before you're allowed to hold a position of power in this country, you should have to demonstrate creating a new email address and attaching it to an account on your phone. Before you're allowed to even run for anything, I need to see you sign up for an email address successfully and attach that address to your phone. If you cannot do that in less than 5 minutes, nope. No candidacy. Yeah. Just straight up. You are not fit to serve. So I'm sick of fucking old people just running everything. It's like all, like, nature of spectrum of politics aside, left, right, center, fucking, I don't give a shit. I'm just sick of fucking people who have no investment in the future being the, like, decision maker in the room. Dude, that drives me nuts. Like, you're going to be dead in 5 to 7 years. Like, man, if we're allowed to have a lower limit on, if we're allowed to have a lower limit on the age of the presidency, 35 years, right? If we're allowed to have a lower limit, why can't we have an upper limit? Honestly, 60, 65. I'd put it at 60. Yeah. Like 60 years of age. That's top. Nobody older than that one. Old wise one, con as long as con the world. You can wander this earth for 1,000 years with your eyes closed. You'll never see anything. Like, it doesn't matter how old you are. Age does not necessarily equal wisdom. It just doesn't. And I'm just sick of fucking old people. I'm sick of old people being the deciding factor in the room. I think it's 7-minute mile is a requirement, you know. Hey, fools. So, are you ban evading? Is that what you're claiming? I respect this guy because I know for certain he's banned me in the past. No ban evade. Someone here possibly reported my main. So which is it? Is it this guy I know for certain has banned me in the past? Or is it no ban evading? Someone possibly here reported my main account. Because your initial statement is for certain he's banned me in the past. Curator, it's a learned skill. Later, Cupcake. For certain, possibly, maybe, definitely, though, not sure. Curator, it's a learned skill. You just have to do it. There's no, hey Deirdre, there's no like way to like, there's no magic. You just gotta talk to a lot of people, a lot of different people. Told you. What did I tell you at the top of this stream? I know Americans. Yeah, curator, you just got to talk to a lot of people, face to face, online, textual. It was just a joke, bro. So curator, it also helps. Yes, I one of the things that is useful that I find is knowing a little bit about a lot. Knowing a little bit about a lot. Exclamation reading, I think is the command for the reading list. Could be reading list. It could be both. I don't fucking neither here nor there. So knowing a little bit about a lot, being able to be a conversationalist, like on people's things, that's a huge deal. Being able to like pivot from, infamously, one of the most infamous examples I use is like when I did data recovery for a fucking oil tycoon. Right. And I asked him what his favorite oil type was. And we got talking about various viscosities and, that sort of thing. And I was like, okay. He lit up. He was like, oh shit. Like, the IT guy who's fucking getting my data is like vaguely familiar with oil viscosity properties and that sort of thing. So like, it does help to be well read on a variety of topics if you just want to engage with people. Aristotelian rhetoric is definitely a thing that I is an element of everything I do. Socratic methodology, Aristotelian rhetoric. There are definitely elements of those in everything I do. But at the end of the day, a lot of theater, a lot of drama, a lot of debate, forensics, fucking speech and debate, mock trial, teen courts, constitutional issues, contemporary issues, touring repertory company, plus drama. Like, yeah, it's, yeah, you just gotta fucking practice, man, though. That's the long and short of it. You gotta practice it. What's that, Toastmasters? I mean, that's an organization you can do. They'll teach you to monologue. They'll teach you to get up and give a speech. Which, for a lot of people, is the big issue. Like, a lot of people aren't comfortable speaking. Oration is a skill unto itself. Oration is a skill unto itself. So that's probably something that most people could use practicing. It never ceases to amaze me that the number one fear reported by most populations within the West, the American public is notorious for this. The number one fear, well past death, is public speaking. Most Americans would rather die than get up and give a speech. Yeah. So I'm not surprised. I'm sorry, is that like a threat of domestic terrorism? Or like what? Oh, yeah, Deirdre. Yeah, for sure. That's an interesting name. Thanks for the follow. Zoma. Good. Oh, Jesus Christ, Zoma. Gary, yeah. Just I was a shy kid. I didn't talk to people. I was a very shy kid. I wasn't socialized correctly. I grew up on a fucking mountaintop in Vermont. Yeah, I was not socialized correctly as a child. I grew up in near isolation in the fucking wilderness of Vermont. Yeah, I was an extraordinarily shy child. Getting me to like talk to somebody was difficult. So yeah, it is very much, you just need to practice. You need to do it over and 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 over. Yeah. And you need to come to terms with that feeling, in the pit of your stomach. I don't get it anymore. It's a rarity, but it's a gift. It's a gift. That sort of, yeah. Greasy. Sorry. Greasy. My question to you, if you were a Bernie Sanders guy, are you new Bernie or old Bernie? Because I'm a Vermonter by birth, and while he's not a Vermonter by birth, which means he will always be a Flatlander, he is an adopted son of my home state, and we're quite fans of Bernie. But there's two forms of Bernie. There's old Bernie and there's new Bernie. Which Bernie do you like? No, not Bernie. Curator. Boo, 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 boo. No. Old Bernie for life. Fucking old Bernie that went on the congressional floor and said, we need to dissolve the CIA. They are a war crime machine and we need to dissolve the CIA. Yeah, old Bernie for life. Curator, no. No, not at all, Curator. There's two-ish reasons for that. One, the people in community who I've known for ages now, right? I know I have their back. They have my back. Hey, Matic. So like, I'm not by any means alone up here. Right. But two, this is the real, the real, right? Like that's your like new account, non-binary. The real, they don't fucking matter. Not the people in community, but like, yeah, somebody just comes through and is like, fuck you, you queer, or you look funny, or whatever, man. I legitimately, I won't remember them by the time the stream ends. And I got a long memory. I will not remember them when the stream ends. I'll just, yeah, it doesn't work that way, non-binary. Like you have to be special for me to remember you. There's a few that have come through that I've been like, oh shit, they got something new. It doesn't work like that non-binary. It's based off of your account. So like, yeah, there's just, think of it as like the RAM in your computer. As soon as you turn that shit off, gone. They don't matter. They don't matter. They're people that just have an ephemeral existence. And let's face it, the reality of it is that somebody who comes into a chat that just wants to not even engage in good faith or have a conversation or be able to, like, you know, engage in the dialectical exercise, as it were, they're a non-serious person to start with, right? Somebody who just like walks through. I always liken it to like walking down a hallway with a bunch of doors, right? And motherfuckers just like walk in a door and yell shit like Trump 2024. Like, imagine if the internet was real, right? Like if the internet was like a real place, a real building, and motherfuckers just be kicking in doors, yelling shit all of a sudden. And you're like, who the fuck are you? Like, that is the weirdest way to introduce yourself, right? It's a very strange way that people engage in online. And so it's not a real place. It's not a serious place. So I don't need to take them seriously. It's like, oh, okay. So it's just water off a duck's back sort of situation for me. It's like, okay, I won't remember them. I never do. Yeah, you just like, this is how you choose to like introduce yourself to people in new places. It's a very strange way that people be, you know, the internet has people be behaving. So yeah, I don't take somebody seriously who behaves that way. Right? It's like, okay. Like that dude who came through that just wanted to yell Trump 2024, like, you know, he's going to make America, like he's going to, was it improve? See, like I washed these dudes out of my memory. That he's going to improve America, or he's going to fix America. Right. And I asked him, right, rather than coming from an oppositional point of view, rather than coming from a dogmatic point of view, rather than coming from an ideological point of view, I'm just like, what would that look like for you? Right. And he refused to engage. Why would I take that dude seriously? Right? Like somebody actually like met him at his level and was like, cool. All right. I hear you. You think Trump's going to improve the country. What does that look like for you? Trump 2024. Okay. But what are the standards by which an improvement could be measured? What would that look like for you? I met that dude with seriousness. I met that dude with at his level, non-confrontationally, and that's all you get out of it. So it's like, okay, I don't need to take that person seriously. Mad Maxian dialectic, just screaming the leader's name. Puppy. Kind of sad when you got. I mean, I'm not terribly surprised and greasy. That is, especially if they turn out to be like, you know, Christians and pseudo Christians. They're not even real Christians. I'm sorry. They just are. Like the amount of times that I have had to educate people who come through here claiming to be Christians. So let's just say that's happened a few times. Lamp. Both strong and weak. Both strong and weak. Characteristic of fascism. Oh, no, I think religion is collectively responsible for the retardation of human progress over the course of millennia. Now, am I an ordained minister? Yes. Am I educated on this topic? Yes. Can I school a motherfucker in the Bible? Absolutely. So, yeah. You pick a book, any book, Kyle, show you the holes. Admittedly, my Quranic knowledge is my weakest element. I really do need to sit down and study the Quran. But yeah, the Bible I'm best at, but I'll take you to task on the Torah as well, or at least show you some aspects of the Torah that you are not going to be comfortable with. Let's just put it that way. The Abrahamics, I'm pretty good at dealing with. And then, Sanatana Dharmas, or Hinduism as it's more commonly known, I'm pretty competent at as well. Buddhism, I'm pretty competent at as well. Yeah. And even the niche, you start to get into Zoroastrianism or Druze or, yeah. I'm equipped to deal with religious people. Let's just put it that way. I did not grow up religious. No, my mother took me to church maybe a handful of times in my childhood. It's just my mother, is a nurse. She was a nurse. Then it's a whole thing. She went back to school and moved up in the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, the religion it's a control mechanism. It's a control mechanism, and it's a means by which humans provide themselves with some comfort for questions that they don't necessarily have easy answers to. And I understand that, but yeah. Greasy, yeah, Taoism, if, I hate using the D, it's a T, god damn it. Taoism, if it can even be qualified as a religion. I would argue Taoism is not a religion, but it's so loose about its shit. It's more of a political doctrine than it is a religion. Yeah, it's more about a societal organizational thing. It's a lot of things. The Tao Te Ching is about a lot of things. It's about a lot of things. Yeah. No, curator, it's literally free. Yeah, and I'm a fan of some of the Jesus stuff. Kaiser. I'm a fan of some of the Jesus stuff. I'm a big fan of weaponizing Jesus to smack Christians around with. They hate hearing what Jesus had to say. Yeah. Christians, so-called Christians, hate having Jesus read at them. They really do. They hate it. They all think it's a woke commie bullshit. The editor-in-chief of Christianity Today, a devout Christian, has infamously gotten into a lot of trouble with American Christians by just reading them passages about Jesus and not mentioning Jesus. Very infamously, he's written articles about this. They will come up to him and say, keep that woke garbage, that woke leftist garbage out of our church. And he's like, I was telling you a story about Jesus. I was telling you a parable about Jesus. The modern American Christians would absolutely deny Jesus entry at the border and kill him. Like they want nothing to do with the Jesus of the Bible whatsoever. It is astounding to see these people call themselves Christians, and it's like, could I get a little Christ-like behavior out of you then? Just a little bit. Wherever one must go, make sure to travel in luxury in a private jumbo jet in the company of Pharisees. Yeah. We'd see the corpse of Christ on razor wire in the river. Yep. Yeah, it is astounding, and that's why, like earlier, like I think it was Curator that was asking me, like, you know, how voodoo's sounding misanthropic. It's like, dude, I live in a nation full of people who ascribe an ideology to a guy who was a gentle carpenter from the Middle East that was, you know, a short little rabbi, curly-haired, Middle Eastern, Semitic-looking motherfucker that said, you're not allowed to judge people. You love everybody as if they're yourself. Sell all your belongings and hold everything in common. Rich people don't get into heaven. Right? Like it's astounding to listen to them. And it's like, dude, it's fucking Jesus spoke about the foreigner in a foreign land. Judge not, for you are a foreigner in a foreign land, right? Like, they're anti-immigration. They're pro-closed borders. They're pro-death penalty. They're pro-fucking prejudice. They're pro, like, and it's just like, dude, Jesus, you're, like, do I think the Abrahamic religion is real? No. But do I often find myself hoping that it is real? Just so these motherfuckers can get turned around by St. Peter and sent to their fucking hell? All the time. It's like, I would love to see all of these Bible-thumping morons get their comeuppance because they didn't read their fucking Bible at all. Yeah, King James Bible is hilarious at it. The infamous example that I use all the time is tyrant, because tyranny is mentioned so often in the Bible, and opposition to it. The King James translation, the King James edit, removed the word tyrant so it doesn't appear, because, you know, the whole king monarchy thing thought teaching the populace about not respecting the whims of a tyrant might sow some seeds. So disappear that. So yeah. Yes, the slave Bible. You, in the words of Chris Rock, you show me a black Christian and I'll show you someone who doesn't know their history. Like, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like, I love me some Jesus. It's like, dude, you know we whip that shit into you, right? like our white ancestors raped, murdered, beat that shit into you. Like that's how you got some Christianity. Curator, I occupy the like, you know, enlightened centrist agnostic position. I was like, dude, is it likely? No, not at all. Right. But also it freaks me out when anybody says they're certain about the nature of existence. It's too big. It's too big. The finite creature says they got a handle on the infinite. You know. I mean, humanity is a game of telephone, right, Gemma? Yeah, GL, the tools of the master and all of that. Oh shit, somebody fucking brought up Hermeticism. Oh god damn it. Okay, so like that's my okay, you have my attention. Oh, Hermeticism, my Hermeticism. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice born. The Emerald Tablets of Hermes Trismegistus. So Hermeticism was the balancing religion against alchemy, which is essentially just look, you don't get modern chemistry without alchemy. Modern chemistry is born of alchemy. But Hermeticism is the balancing force. It's the spiritual force that is applied against the alchemical practices. They believed that they were sort of intrinsically tied. That's why Hermeticism is like, if you study it, it has all sorts of formulae that is attached to it because it is the like proto chemistry. So it was, you know, it was about, in the grand scheme, it was a scientific endeavor studying the soul, studying the beyond, studying the firmament, the greater than, the universe, the creator, the existence itself. And so you see, like, you know, the classic example of lead into gold, which, by the way, we can do. It costs shit tons to do, but you neutrino bombardment on lead, and you can get gold out of that. But it's not about the cost, it's about whether we could do it or not. And by the way, we can. In the end, the alchemists were proven true. The process by which they were going about it was just wrong. But I value this sort of, the to use bastard Latin, church Latin, I value the sort of the concepts contained within Hermeticism, such as like the transformational process of the Negredo to the Albedo, still to this day. For those who don't know, it's bastard church Latin. It's shit into gold. It's the transformation of shit into gold, which you can see represented in the Holy Mountain, Jodorowsky's seminal work, which focuses heavily on multiple esoteric practices, but has an alchemist as the central figure there. At least one of the central figures. And there is a scene in which they actually transform shit into gold. And so Jodorowsky is absolutely familiar with the Hermetic arts. But that was not just for everything that was represented within the physical aspect of alchemy. The Hermetic side of that was, as above, so below, as below, so above. This applies to the alchemical practices. While we're attempting to refine and transform the shit into gold, it's about more than that. It's about the soul. It's about the soul of the alchemist. So there's this transpositional alchemy that occurs in the practice of the transformation of the shit into gold. There's a spiritual practice that goes alongside that runs in parallel to that. And that practice I actually find intellectually interesting and still valuable a little bit to this day. The being able to take the shit of the world and turn it into something useful, to turn it into something valuable, to turn it into something that stands the test of time, I think is a useful philosophy to borrow from. The history of the alchemical processes. Also find very, you know what? Throw that aside. Do you value wellness, health, and well-being? Oh, Jesus. I can let the community answer that one. Mild obsession. My chosen name is actually a shortening of the Indo-European root word that means wholeness or of good omen or well-being. Let your abs speak for themselves. Outside of theory and symbology stuff, do you actually believe in the soul? I believe in God. I believe in the soul. No, I was not. I was like an extreme sports guy though. We'll circle back around to that. I believe in God. I believe in the soul. But the problem is that when I say those words, they conjure something to your mind that I don't mean. You hear something in there, that I'm not saying. And so these words hold very vague and specific means, very vague and specific things to multiple people in different ways. And so, yeah, when I say that, you hear X and I mean Z, right? The closest thing that I can get you to, as far as like, we'll start with God, I suppose, that from which nothing can be separated, that which connects all into one, the binding, the thing that is everything. Very Taoist, right? That which binds all into one. The thing that is most fundamental to whatever this is, existence. That for me is God. I don't know what that is. I don't know if there is even like, that's the thing. It's like, motherfuckers be out there like, I not only know there's a God, I know his name, right? It's like, dude, homie, like, really? But for me, the only thing that I can identify as that sort of process is that which binds all into one. The unifying force, the unifying thing, the thing that connects everything. Okay, that to me could be God, right? I can work with that. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the Masons jacked a bunch of these fucking ideas. Is it possible to, not without a lamp, is it possible to deconstruct the layers of these systems that have co-opted these ideas, specifically in America, not without several lifetimes of study? My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason. My father was a Mason. I am not. It's just a fucking fraternal order. As it was always told to me, you know, you just roll into town, you go to the Masonic Lodge, you meet the chief of police, the owner of the bank, the mayor, right? It's a fraternal order. It's about getting shit done more than anything else. It's got a lot of weird woo-woo aesthetics, right? Like I have all 33 degrees of study notes. So like it's not something I'm unfamiliar with. It's just a lot of it is aesthetic. So a lot of it is aesthetic. Also, you know, the fucking reenacting the execution of Ira Mabeuf and that sort of thing. And as an initiation rite, there's weirdness to it, but it's intentional weirdness. It's designed to sort of, you know, it's a shibboleth. It's a gate to keep outsiders outside. But yeah, they're a wild bunch. And most of the Mormon stuff actually is jacked Masonic symbolism. If you actually get into the Mormon stuff beyond just the, you know, what they let you see sort of situation, when you peer behind the actual literal curtain, a lot of the Mormon stuff is all just Masonic symbolism and jacked Masonic handshakes and that sort of thing. Yeah, a lot of the founders and like prophets were Masons. There's a lot of like crossover there. So yeah. It's just religion DLC. Yep. Yeah, the Gideons. Yep, Rotary Club, Moose Lodge, there's a bunch of them. But yeah. Mason came in and when it was time to pay, he flashed me his Masonic ring and a hand symbol. I noticed it and stuff, but I'm not a Mason and charged him normal price. Yeah, like that's what it is. That's what it's about. It's about getting a deal on your taxes. It's a fraternal order. It's a fraternity. Like it's about building a social network that you can then utilize, capitalize upon. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. So they just throw weirdness on it. Oh, you're welcome, curator. Thanks for hanging out. You're always welcome. There's a Discord server as well if you want that. But, you know, swing on through. I'm on most days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, a bunch of us hang out on the fucking Discord server all the time. It's only 2:20. I'm surprised. I wonder if that gives me the total. No, that's just a Twitch stat. I need to integrate. Okay, so I built the Chat Plus integration. I need to do, yeah. Oh, the Rosicrucians. Yeah, that's you know, they got name checked with that whole, what was it, Dan Brown bullshit. Curator, you probably would have enjoyed last night's fucking yesterday's Monday. You would have enjoyed Monday's stream because I did sort of like a whole macro top level analysis of just the military engagement over there, and the IDF was found lacking despite the amount of damage they have wrought. Yeah. There's light at the end of the tunnel for that one. There's going to be a lot more bodies stacked up before all is said and done. But the death of the colonial process is it's always bloody. It's always bloody. Grandfather was in the Rotary Club. Yeah, he had a print shop. Yeah, it's men's club with some odd party games. Fraternal hermeticists with bonus rights. Non-binary, have you glanced at the fucking screen this entire time? It's integrated on the screen. Like I spent like 45 fucking minutes explaining it all yesterday. Hey, I think that's probably our link. MAGA. Okay, so I'll ask you the same question I ask everybody that comes in with that opinion. Make America great again. Now, eschewing the history of that statement, right? What would qualify? What are the objective metrics by which I can judge that, or you will judge that, right? What will make America? What will qualify as America is great again now, right? Like what is the threshold? That's my question. Is always like what actually will qualify? And a follow-up to that is, what if Trump doesn't do that? Will you call him out as a failure? Are you willing to uphold that standard that you have set for yourself? Make a gay anime. Make another gay anime. Oh, contrarians are the worst people. Honestly, I find contrarians more annoying than Nazis even. Like real world Nazis even. Contrarians are just boring people. Their entire personality is just nuh-uh. Lame. Such a boring position to occupy. Your entire existence is just based on other people. No, not bad. Yeah. You're just a funhouse mirror. It's so depressing. Like you don't have anything. You're just an empty vessel. No ethics, no frameworks, no positionality, no ideology, nothing. It's kind of just wow. It's soulless and depressing. Am I mad with the results? I'm not even surprised. I called the results ages ago. We have it on record of many witnesses. It's almost like I grew up in America and I know Americans. Like, I know this country. You put a woman of color up against a white guy. That's that's a losing formula in America. That's a hard truth that a lot of Americans are not ready to come to terms with. America is highly misogynistic. It's racist as fuck, but it's highly misogynistic. Like, so. Oh, nope. There we go. Oh, Connie. You should be. As I talked about earlier, it's not, I'm not bragging about it. I'm not telling you it's like a good thing, but America matters more than any other place on the planet. Shouldn't be that way. But we are the imperial core at current. Now you can argue the empire is cracking. You can argue late stage, blah, 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 blah. But we are the imperial core. And what happens here matters more than anywhere else. So if America elects a fascist, we sort of, you know, we're having our Weimar moment here where, I mean, people forget. I mean, there's a lot of manipulations that occur, but people forget that, like, Hitler rose to power democratically. There's a lot of manipulations that occurred. There's a lot of jerry-rigging. But again, our system is a lot of manipulations, a lot of jerry-rigging, our own Reichstag fire sort of situation, right? But most of what was done leading up to the events of World War II was done under the auspices of democratic process. So we're having our Weimar moment. It's so cool that our morally debased culture trickles down to the rest of the world. That's the problem with morals, Xanter, is they're entirely subjective. I still remember when I was in high school and I learned the difference between ethics and morals. And I was like, wait, so people use this word moral all the time. And it literally means nothing. Like it means whatever the fuck their own vibe is. I'm like, that's a problem. That seems problematic to me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Xanter, the American ethical framework is quite a thing, right? We're not devoid of ethics. It's just our framework is. the things that we see as, you know, as just a little bit. Yeah, the things that we see as epistemologically true and objective are quite. Oh man. We're yeah. Good luck, the rest of the world. Thoughts on Tate? I have no thoughts other than, you know, I really don't have many thoughts on that type of person. I mean, he's a grifter, man. All my streams don't want to talk about it. Talk about what? What's it? Same as Israel's the most moral nation in the Middle East. They're the most moral army in the world, man. Most moral army in the world. Oh, the election? You know. Oh, I need to. There we go. Again, I called this shit months and months and months ago, just based on the fact that Americans are a fairly predictable lot when it comes to certain factors. Men, by and large, in this country are, let's just say there's an easy 50% of men in this country that the thought of a woman having power over them freaks them the fuck out. Right? There's a percentage of people in this country that are not comfortable with minorities being in positions of power. There's a percentage of people in this country that, and this is a depressing statistic, about about half of them, 21% or so, are literally illiterate. They're functionally illiterate. These are just accurate numbers. They're functionally illiterate. 21% of our country is functionally illiterate, and approximately 50% of them read at a 6th grade level or below. So half of our country is not very well educated. Half of our country is misogynistic as shit. And a bunch of our country is racist as fuck. Factor in the fact that Democrats still are racist as shit in that weird expectations of progressivism from people who are minorities. There's the sort of the liberal impulse that you have to be progressive, you're brown. Hispanic people are got a significant chunk of conservatism amongst them. They're Catholics a lot of the time. Fucking, if you're familiar with any amount of if you're familiar with any amount of especially masculine black culture, but black culture in our country, largely homophobic still, largely misogynistic still. It is also hugely informed by evangelical religion. So the sort of the racist expectations of Democrats that like, oh, you're brown, you'll vote for us. Man, so like you start stacking these factors, and for somebody like me, it's just like, and did you expect something else? I'm surprised, dude. I've been saying like up until fucking last minute. I'm like, it's a horse race. It's a photo finish horse race, because what do you want? This is America. Honestly, dirty old socks. If you wanted to win, if the Dems wanted to win, they should have just run a fucking a white dude. You want the, like, I'll rip the Band-Aid off for you. If the Dems wanted to do cold utilitarian political calculus, center-ish white dude. Yep, center adjacent white dude. They could have run away with it probably. Yeah. The Democrats spent entirely too much political bandwidth and political capital arguing with the fact that she was a woman, a shrill woman. The fact that, is she black? Is she Indian? Fucking, like, all of that just spent political bandwidth and political capital. And it's just like, fuck, man. I do think that it wasn't the Israel-Palestine thing. I don't think that that's... Okay, so I have... Oh, God. Okay, I think it definitely could have mattered in Michigan and Arizona where it would have mattered, right? Dearborn went Trump. Harris was third for Dearborn. Lamp, good luck. I think if the Harris campaign wanted to do some like Machiavellian calculus on this, right? They never had Gen Z. Dirty. They never had Gen Z. Never had them. People do not understand. Gen Z is not progressive. Gen Z is not progressive. They are not millennials. They are regressive. Like, people need to get this through their fucking heads. Gen Z is hugely not progressive. Like, they just assume they're young, therefore. It's just more shit that is just an assumption from the Democrats. That is just the political norm, like, that they just expect. And it's like, dude, they've been raised by the algorithm. The right-wing pipeline has gotten such a huge fucking percentage of them. I say this all the time. There's fucking polls, even in the UK, man. Like 28% of the Gen Z males that were 28% of the Gen Z females young women that were polled said feminism was a net negative for humanity. Right? Like there's women that are like, over a quarter of them that are like, yeah, fuck feminism, right? Like, people need to wrap their head around Gen Z is not de facto progressive. They're not millennials. Millennial is a statistical outlier. We are the most progressive fucking generation that has ever existed on the face of this planet, anywhere at any time. Except no matter, the same holds true over here. Fucking you, it's not great. It's not great. But if back to the Israel-Palestine thing, if the Harris campaign wanted to be really a Machiavellian about it, right? Yeah, except non-binary. All I have to do is use the word and I've got you politically, right? The conservatives are going to come out and use the word feminism. They're going to label it. They're going to make you own it. They're going to make you own it. This is politics. This is campaigning. Fucking, I'm going to make you own that word. And then I'm going to use all of the net negative outcome from that impulse. Yeah, this is politics, baby. Like, this is public manipulation. The Israel-Palestine thing, fucking get this idea out. I'm going to just close my eyes and I'll look at chat. If they want to be really Machiavellian about it, they would have just, like, look, okay, so New York is a cinch. We don't have to worry about that. But what we do have to do is worry about, like, AIPAC coming after us. So we'll hold the line until, like, 2 weeks before election, because really all the Palestinian supporters want is lip service. Let's face it. If you expect actual outcome from a presidential campaign, like if you expect presidential campaign promises to be held, you're a fucking schmuck of the highest order and I can't help you. So if they want to be really Machiavellian about it, they'd be like, okay, look, we never had Florida, but we have New York, and we just have to make sure AIPAC's not going to fucking hammer us too hard in the, you know, over the course of. So we'll wait about 2 weeks out, and then we'll get her up on a fucking stage in Dearborn and just be like, you know what? Palestine, it's terrible. It's a genocide. Bam. Just drop the fucking word, right? And go with it. But, like, the real answer is, hey, Alexander, the real answer is they should have just run a white dude. They should have just run a white dude. And yeah, Newsom's a good example. I don't know which fucking white dude you pull. Newsom's a pretty good example, but he's got to wear the albatross of California. That's a huge deal. He's going to wear the scarlet letter that is California. I don't know if that's something you want to overcome, or attempt to overcome. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, yeah, that's the reality. That's the reality. The Democrats keep doing this. Like, okay, look, hey, gravy seals. I love a strong woman, but this country is not ready for it. And the Democrats keep trying to, like, artificially create this first woman president. They're just trying to fucking do it, man. They're just trying to do it. And it's like, dude, there is a chunk of this country who is not ready for it. They don't want it. And it's even in the Democratic Party, even in the Progressive Party. Two B's, I-E. Yeah. No, Buttigieg couldn't have won. Nah. Buttigieg is, no, he's not capable of pulling that win. Michelle couldn't ever win. Are you kidding me? Mercury, he's not even wearing a mask. Are you kidding me? I'm reticent to do historical what ifs. And Bernie is one of those historical what ifs. Do I still blame the Democratic Party? Of course. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. Like that was the, you know. But historical what ifs are, don't know. Could have, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, there's in no way, shape, or form could Michelle have won. She wouldn't even get, she'd get fucking drilled out in the primaries. Do you think Hitler would have won trolling? Honestly? I think I think we might be uncomfortable with how well he'd do. I mean, I think you could actually just run Hitler. Like Hitler, not Trump is Hitler, not what if it was just the pot. No, I think you could run Hitler. Like, I think Hitler would do well. Yeah. We're having our Weimar moment. We really are. That's is a legitimate concern. And like, why? Why do you hate it? It's an apt comparison. Like the parallels are 39 or 45 Hitler. It's an apt comparison. Takes away from how terrible the Nazis were. Does it though? Or is it a prescient warning about the nature of fascistic tendencies? You got a guy who's openly using Hitlerian rhetoric. Talks about how he wishes he had Hitler's generals. Big fan of fucking dictators. Kept Mein Kampf, and it's probably the only book he's ever actually read, frankly. Kept it on his fucking nightstand. Talks about mass deportations that will literally require concentration camps to enact. Tried to arrange his own Reichstag fire. Like, the parallels exist. There's a German in chat right now saying MAG is definitely on the 1931 Nazi level. Yeah. Was it his speeches, not Mein Kampf? Which makes even more sense, right? And if you fucking read the speeches, like, yes, it will. Where are you going to bust them to, Miss Katonic? Where are you going to bust them to? You're just going to start dropping brown people off in Mexico, I guess? Like, that's your plan? Like, you just fucking bust them to Mexico. Let them deal with it. Yeah, that won't escalate. Yeah, I can't see that becoming an international conflict real quick. Fucking using the military to oppress his political rivals. The Nazis literally cribbed. Yeah, I mean, this fucking like I you know, Hitler didn't start out by saying you killed the Jews, right? Like, when people don't see the parallels, it just tells me that they don't know the history. That's it. Like, it's just that simple. It's like, dude, there's a fucking checklist here. We haven't finished the list, but like, we're pretty much mark for mark up to a certain point. Like Doss said 31. I'd put it at maybe 32, but like, that's a me thing, right? Like I've estimated before, but if a person can't see fascism, it's because they like fascism, which is a very American trait. I mean, we've always been in love with fascism. 32 is also realistic, but not 33. Yeah, I wouldn't put it that far, Doss. Yeah, I'd 32. But that's what I said like the other night. I was like, I think it's like 32-ish, but again, nothing weird about that. Nothing weird about that. Again, go talk to Kai 6 months ago. I literally told you Trump was going to win. Curator, Kurzweil is all over the place. An AGI in 2029, I don't... God, OpenAI does have an AGI program, and from last I had heard, it was learning math at an elementary level. 2029 though. You know what? Those kind of technological predictions are so difficult, Curator. I mean, like, it was literally like the month prior, or like it was only a couple of weeks, that the New York Times predicted that manned flight was like, I don't know, fucking 10,000 years in the future. It may have even been 1,000,000 years in the future. It was an absurd number that the New York Times said, like, manned flight is so far in the future. And then like a fucking week later, we were doing manned flight. So those sorts of like technological leap predictions are so... Do I think that the invent of an AGI would be fundamentally changing to the landscape? Yeah, I do. Oh yeah, Emrys, he's gonna go fucking nuts. It was 10 million. Thank you for looking it up. Like I said, it was a fucking absurd number. It's an absurd number. I always default lower because it's so fucking absurdly high. It's 10 million years in the future. We were doing it like a week later. So yeah. Oh, Moron thinks that we're fucking Democrat, like anti-gun Democrats or something. Like people never read the fucking about or something. I don't know, man. People's fucking, well, we already know Trump supporters and literacy. So, yes. too hip. Oh, yeah. Gemma, I mean, yes. Joe, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? I'm pretty sure we can't show him. Yeah, all the Trump stands who fucking who think that like Trump is pro-gun. Fucking morons. Oh. It's not a terrible one, curator. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Fair enough, pound coin. Yeah. The guy whose instinctual response was take the guns first, we'll deal with the courts later. Yeah. The guy who oversaw the bump stock ban by the ATF. Yeah. The guy who oversaw fucking like the kickoff of fucking red flag laws. Really fucking, yeah. Sure. is astounding. He'll protect our Second Amendment. Please show me the guns that Trump owns. Show me all of the times that Trump has spent at a range or out hunting. He's shot many things, namely underage girls. That's the most insane thing. Like he's almost guaranteed to be a pedophile. These motherfuckers are voting for like almost guaranteed to be a pedophile. The amount of time that he spent with Jeffrey Epstein, like not just once or twice, not like fucking 3 times or 4 times. Dude, they were hanging out like a lot over the years. Dude spent time together. Defended him, said he was the best guy. Like, have pictures together with very young girls. Like, it's wild, man. That motherfuckers be like, I don't. I'll tell you, man. Like, pro-gun guys voting for fucking Trump. It's like, he's not pro-gun. He's a New York liberal for fucking most of his life. He's only adopted the aesthetics just to fucking sucker a bunch of people in. Which worked. Why did that pop for Jathurth? That's weird. Let me check the queue on that. That is so strange. What the fuck did you just send, Twitch? Because I know who subbed. Thanks for the sub, Dirty, but like, that was weird. That was strange, Twitch. Why did you send the wrong sub? Make sure you get that subscription. Make sure it counts on your account, because fucking Twitch just had a fucking seizure or something. I don't use Stream Elements. I don't use Stream Elements. I don't use Streamlabs. I don't use any third-party service. I started on a mainframe terminal at age 4. I literally just popped the fucking API queue myself. Twitch sent over the wrong sub user, which is weird as fuck, but I got the logs for it. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Yeah, I spent the last weekend literally like coding an entirely new backend for all this shit. Thoughts on JD? He's a fucking weirdo. He's a venture capitalist, oligarchical, technocratic, bootlicking supplicant who's got weird fucking fetishes and wants to apply his closeted authoritarianism to those that dare be open about theirs. Like, yeah, like fuck that guy. I don't. It was dolphin porn. It was like chicken a dolphin he was looking for. He got busted on the tab. The couch thing is maybe not. It can't be proven one way or the other on the couch thing. But like, yeah, he got busted with a tab open on like looking for dolphin porn. There is no proof he never fucked a couch. That is true. Vladimir Futon. Solid. I don't consider dudes who want to control the bodies and lives of others a normal guy, but you know, yeah, people that hang out with Peter Thiel and who's the Thiel philosopher? I always forget his fucking name. I really should remember that dude's name. Cause he's psychotic. And he's 100%. Yarvin, thank you. Yeah, fucking Yarvin. Do that in that circle. Thiel, Yarvin, and Vance. Fuck me, they're insane. Too hip. I love your optimism. Good luck with it. Yeah, Yarvin is Yarvin's the guy who said that he wanted to Yarvin was the guy who wanted to turn the useless eaters into biofuel. Yeah. That's Vance's buddy. That's his coworker. That's his buddy. That they've hung out for fucking years. That's his buddy. He wanted to turn useless eaters into biofuel. So, let's just say, based on how Vance chooses his friends, yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a Sony Alpha 7 III with a prime lens on it. It's a Zeiss, effectively 35mm prime lens. Name. Oh. Vance's wife is a shrewder operator than Vance. Keep an eye on that bitch. Keep an eye on that bitch. She's worse than Vance. She's worse than Vance. You have less to worry about from Vance than you do her. Yeah, everything, by every account, she is a gun for hire. She has no loyalties, no beliefs, no anything. She's like a proper sociopath. Power climbing, fucking ladder climbing, power hungry sociopath. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's by all accounts worse than Vance. Like by margins. Keep an eye on her. She's problematic. Yeah, she scares me more than him. Hey, there's Xanter. Thanks for the follow, Xanter. Yeah. Oh, Flesh Simulator, my dear Flesh Simulator. The capitalists played this election to make the electorate run around like blind mice. I mean, they always do. Oh, fucking A. All right. Non-Americans watching the U.S. struggle to decide between electing a professional career politician or a racist serial sex offender with a 34 felony conviction and the IQ of a spoon. Again, I mean, Trump is a dumb person's idea of a smart person, a poor person's idea of a wealthy person. Like this is what it is. He's a classless person's idea of a classy person. He's a weak person's idea of a strong person. Bobby Jindal for the win, dude. There's a name I haven't heard in a hot minute too, Hip. It's fucking Bobby Jindal. And that's, yeah, the halcyon days of yore of Bobby Jindal. We had no idea how good we had it. Lark called it ages ago. But it isn't hyperbole. Like that's the problem. Like that's what we have to deal with Americans. It's like accurately describing reality is seen as like, man, like this is why Americans don't deserve anything nice. He is an adjudicated rapist. He has been convicted of 34 felonies. He has been barred from doing business in the state of New York due to defrauding charities. Like, I don't know, like, and Americans hear that and they go like, well, it's just hyperbole. No, these are like objective facts. I don't... No, non-binary, I didn't. We don't deserve anything nice. We really don't. Oh, hey. Okay, hold on. What's it on sale for? Don't care. You think he deserves to be considered a felon to never be able to carry a gun because he will never carry a gun. He will never carry a gun, ever. To be able to carry a gun because his accountant miscategorized an entry in an Excel spreadsheet. That's not what happened. That's a complete mischaracterization of the crimes that occurred. Do I believe he deserves to lose rights to carry a gun? No, but I think the accurate description of the fact that he has been convicted of 34 felony counts is an accurate description, as he was convicted of 34 felony counts. Do I think that probably 99% of the people you would describe as felons deserve to be described as felons? No. But y'all motherfuckers stand up for this bullshit prison industrial complex system left, right, and fucking center all day long. But because of your fucking orange Cheeto loving ass, fucking we can't call this one guy a felon. The amount of fucking hypocrisy that falls out of the mouths of conservatives and bootlickers on a regular basis, just like all those January 6 motherfuckers, they all fucked around and found out. And the funniest thing out of all those January 6 fucks that ended up in jail was all of a sudden jail was a horrible place. It is inhumane how they treat us in here. It is horrible. I can't get my organic fucking wheatgrass smoothie. They treat prisoners like they're not even people. Yeah, welcome to it. Where the fuck have you been for? Always. Always, motherfucker. Always. But now you got problems. Now you got problems. When it was just the fucking black and brown people and the poor people who got fucking railroaded through that system, y'all motherfuckers were not only silent, y'all were cheering that shit on. Just cheering it. Fucking, oh yeah, fuck them. That's what they get. They should have not done the crime. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Wait, it's me now? Wah. Every last one of y'all motherfuckers be that way. Bunch of fucking hypocrites. Hey, there's the fucking old racist trope right there. See? Like I said, they should have just run a white guy. Democrats wanted to win. Just run a white guy. Shit would have worked. But if I bet if I invoke the FBI uniform crime statistics proving that like 82% of all domestic terrorism is committed by right-wing politically motivated terrorists in this country, excluding Islamic terrorism, and the fact that overwhelmingly leftist domestic terrorism in this country is in a vast overwhelming minority of action, and that it almost exclusively targets property, whereas right-wing domestic terrorism, which is the overwhelming majority of domestic terrorism in this country, is violent towards people and causes a loss of life and harm to people. I bet if I invoke those FBI uniform crime statistics to show and prove that right-wing conservatives in this country are overwhelmingly the violent domestic terrorists that we have been dealing with for the better part of 60 years. Also, we're going to have some problems with that FBI uniform crime statistics, aren't we? Well, the FBI is a fucking jury. The FBI is a corrupt organization. We all know that. They can't be trusted. They investigated Trump. Y'all's dialogue tree is so predictable. Oh, Jesus Christ. never forget. It's entirely possible. I mean, this shit's probably not gonna be decided for another couple of fucking weeks, frankly. That's why I encouraged, like, I told everybody in community, just don't even bother watching. Don't check the numbers, man. It's just not fucking worth watching. Check in after a while. Because, I mean, fuck me. At this point, who the fuck knows? This shit, I lived through the fucking Bush election, and that was decided by the Supreme Court. Like, that shit wasn't even decided by the people or the fucking Congress like it it's supposed to be in an eventuality like a tie or anything. That shit went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ended up deciding that fucking election. So... yeah, SCOTUS handed us a winner. Yeah, Bush did a great job. It was a bang up job. Too hip. I think you're an eternal optimist on this matter, but like, hey, I'm just thankful that I now know where all of the Nazis are. I'm in that Inglorious Bastards camp of some of these motherfuckers are going to take those take those uniforms off. Now we get to get them all identified. Keep a long memory, my friends. Keep a long memory. Fucking A. Open, bitch. There we go. I have to get some recent statistics. We have to get the Bureau of Justice statistics on that. But yeah, it is 69% fucking, but yeah. Yeah, white men account for a chunk. It's, depending on the year, it's anywhere from 60 to 69%, but white men account for the vast overwhelming majority of violent crime in America. That's just how that works. Let's see. Anything recent? That's 2021 UCR. I sadly found out today. I sadly found out about the Bush Gore and the book election. I was too young to know about it at the time, and I come from a family of hardcore Republicans, so of course they wouldn't say anything about it. I was so surprised about the Supreme Court picking a candidate. Yeah, and that particular Supreme Court was pretty much stacked by Bush's daddy. Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole it's a whole thing. Oops. Oh, Jesus, Fertus, I just saw that message over on Discord. Holy fuck, man. That's so cringe, especially coming from France. Froggy, can you read? I don't want to be a dick about it, but like, look at the stream title. It's literally in the title. Like, look at the stream title, Froggy. I called this months and months ago. I know my people. I know Americans. Honestly, there's a part of me that can't wait for America to fall apart. There's a part of my accelerationist soul that's just like, good, turn it into a fascist hellscape. Let's do this. Let's just do it. We've been fucking playing around with the idea for ages. Do it. And then we can blame Trump supporters. Now we can have legitimate grievances with these Nazi wannabe fucks, and we can just balkanize this shithole of a country and get on with it. In no way, shape, or form should fucking the shithole that is the South be dictating policy for the rest of us at this point. Let's cut these motherfuckers out. Sherman didn't finish the job, so we need to. Let's just fucking build a wall around these fuckwits, divide the country already. Divvying up the Imperial core will be good for the rest of the planet for sure. Like, making America a less powerful entity by causing balkanization, yeah. That's good. That's good for the rest of the world. So, yeah, like, let's just get this over with. So, yeah, part of me is just like, yeah, go for it, baby. Go for it. Make America less again. Skinheads against racial prejudice. Zippy. The skinheads were not racist, or at least there's the majority, the core, the sharps were, they would kick the shit out of fucking white supremacists. Goober, yeah. It's not a thing we need to do, it's a thing that's already happening. I've talked about this for ages at this point. DOS. You cannot rely upon the imperial core, the hegemonic imperial core, just because of like, we can't do that. We can't do that, man. It's like, well, they sent weapons to Ukraine, so I guess there's some good. Yeah, but look at everything else we did. We can't do that, man. It's like a feather on one side and a fucking, deuterium fucking core on the other. It's like, no. These things do not. No. E-list. Let me put it in terms that somebody from South Africa can understand. He's a white guy up against a biracial woman. There's other factors, but like, when it's in a dead heat, yeah. When it's in a dead heat, man, that's going to make a difference. It is. It's going to make a difference. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, feel free to take him back, but it's fine. I appreciate the apology on behalf of all South Africans, though. Duly noted. Are you their duly elected representative? Just so we can, that's kind of cope. She wasn't a strong candidate. Neither is Trump. We're running garbage against garbage. That's the point. In a dead heat, things matter. And the fact of the matter is a huge, uncomfortable truth about America is that a lot of them don't want a woman in charge of things. Uncomfortable truth is that the last time we put a person of color in this position, a lot of racism kicked up. Like a lot. We saw the outcome of what Obama's 2 terms presidency was. Fucking racist white people got very insane, right? Like these swing an amount of votes, and in a dead heat, man, that shit can make a difference. Just like fucking, 100,000 Muslim votes in Arizona and however many Muslim votes exist in Michigan possibly could have fucking put a finger on the scale. And so choosing to like bullshit straddle the line on the Israel-Palestine thing when she should have just, done some fucking Machiavellian shit and been like, New York safe, Florida was never going to happen. So let's just, wait a fucking hot minute so AIPAC doesn't come after me. And like 2 weeks before the election, just come out in fucking Dearborn, Michigan and be like, the genocide's terrible, right? And fucking just win that Muslim vote, right? She could have swept that shit. Meanwhile, in Dearborn, she came in like fucking third, man. They didn't even come close. They all voted for fucking Trump, which is hilarious. I can't wait to see that bite him in the fucking ass. Fucking Trump nuked Palestine. Like, yeah, ping. Didn't hit the media cycle. Useless. Yeah. The leopard ate my face. Surprise, Pikachu. Yeah, it's... I don't know what you want, man. I'm not... Yeah. Like, let's do this. Let's enact Project 2025. Let's ban porn. Let's ban video games. Let's fucking put burqas on bitches. Right? Like, women need to know their fucking role. They need to be in the kitchen, out of the workforce, no voting for women anymore. Fucking start banning Muslims, start deporting fucking all of the illegals. Let's do this, bitch. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking, this is the country you want. Let's do it. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the 200% tariff or whatever Trump wants to apply to Chinese goods. I can't wait to see the fucking economic disruption that his policies are going to be. Right? Let's fucking, yeah. Let's do it, man. I'm like I said, there's a very real part of my like accelerationist soul that's just like, yeah, who gives a fuck, man? Ah, yes, the newsroom clip. It's a good clip. Yeah, RFK in charge of Health and Human Services. Sure. Yeah, The dude who had an actual brainworm that doesn't believe in vaccines and probably thinks you can suntan your balls to higher testosterone levels. Sure. Elon in charge of fucking like the FTC. Let's do this. Oh yeah, Sorkin's a shit lib, but man, he writes great dialogue. Oh, you just gotta dip your balls in the soy sauce like it's, go to the sushi restaurant. Just don't eat the tuna because they have the mercury in the tuna, but just use the little dipping cup to dip your balls in the soy sauce. Yeah. Although like dipping your balls in the soy sauce would probably be that's soy, and soy is estrogenic. But maybe the balls use the soy as fuel. A true alpha's balls can convert the estrogenic compounds within soy sauce into testosterone because reasons. Science. Like I said, like there's a real part of me that's just full-blown accelerationist. Like, look, Americans don't deserve anything better. I really don't think. Okay. Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, right? Like we can talk about remove the illegals, trans, and BLM terrorists. See? Told you. Anything that disrupts the patriarchal and white supremacist norms of the nation get categorized as blah, 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 blah. But like I said, we can talk about those fuckwits all day, every day. But like the Democrats are part of, almost controlled opposition. Lamp, if the Heritage Foundation and the evangelical right have anything to say about it, yeah. And if you look at like the track record of like Reagan and other conservative presidencies, the efficacy of the Heritage Foundation with regards to policy setting and position selection has been pretty universally respected as a decision maker. So yeah, they're absolutely going to take some swings at some shit. Oh yeah, the Federalist Society was responsible for the judgeships. The Federalist Society handled all the judges. Hey, Mucho. Let's do a murder or three. Except Trump has literally disavowed heritage. What more do you want him to do? Print out their position paper and piss on it? Yes. Yes, I do. Literally. Yes. Yeah. I also would like him not to have any Heritage Foundation people in his orbit. He hasn't done that. I would love for him to have policies of his own that don't seem to like just replicate Heritage Foundation positions or Federalist Society positions. That'd be great. But in lieu of any of that, yeah, I actually would love for him to piss on it. But I mean, getting that little micro dick out is probably a bit of work. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him piss on the Heritage Foundation paper. But given that his vice president literally wrote the foreword for it, like, I just wonder where like all of the individual lines exist for, especially somebody like whoever this person is. I don't know. Again, I'm not fucking. Like, I always wonder where their red lines are. Right, like it's fascinating. Like going to bat for a dude who like openly uses McCarthyist language, that openly praises dictators, that openly praises authoritarian autocratic regimes, that literally says just the craziest shit. And like, I mean, his own fucking chief of staff is like, yeah, he's a fascist. Like the people who operate closest to him, who know him, who have worked with him are like, oh yeah, absolutely. And then motherfuckers are like, I know better. No, he's misunderstood. I can fix him. It's like, okay, so like, what's it take? Like, what's it take before somebody goes, maybe the people who know him are right? Miskatonic, you seem to misunderstand the positionality of at least me. But I'm not surprised. I'm not terribly surprised. Someone is entrenched in polar politics, such as yourself, as you've demonstrated thus far, would probably have difficulty understanding that there's people who exist outside of that political spectrum and that have genuine critiques of all of them. That the chick who was literally a part of the prison industrial complex and a prosecutor for a system of racist, classist authoritarianism that is supposedly done under the auspices of the consent and decree of the governed, yet does not have that absolutely went against the rule of law that she says that she intends to uphold, that fundamentally is a violator of human rights, that this is the option that we're left with. Somebody who it doesn't surprise me that you struggle with this. They're like, whose side was fucking saying Russian plant? Not my side, because I'm not a Democrat. I'm an observer. They understood like every third word of that. You're generous, Pound Coin. I'm an observer to all of this. Oh, a libertarian. Oh, that since age 18. Oh, dear sweet Jesus. Oh, God. Austrian economics. Austrian School of Economics. Run through the fuck. Let me guess. Are we gonna get any Hans Hermann Hoppe out of you? How wild is this gonna get? Right. As if I'm not familiar with you neo-feudalists. We're for individual rights. Meanwhile, I would love to be a feudal lord. God help us if they're a Rothbardian. What's your point of view on age of consent? You bet Mises first? Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see. Tread carefully in your assumptions about my version. Well, then fucking speak up about it, you bitch-made supplicant. Actually use your words. Use your words. What type of libertarian are you? In before Hoppe. Fucking... fucking libertarian supporting Trump. Way to not understand. Get good, sweaty. Skill issue. Ayn Rand. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, someone got timed out. Kuv. It's a name. It's a name. Time is it? 3:40. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Fairy. Okay. Just clear some messages. Hey, you welcome, Marbles. Night, Nixa. We're, as usual, we'll raid out to Fluffle. Tis Wednesday. Wednesday streams are always difficult for me. Fucking middle of the week, and then, you know, Tuesdays I've got the late fucking show. And so, yeah, it's always a fucking thing. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a good movie night again. I don't know. Midweek bad movie night. Too hip. I preferred Mondays. Disassociate and stare at the wall. Yeah, I preferred yesterday's stream, but that's just me. That's just me. Oh.